Last time.
Let's see. We prevented the bar fight. Well, there was a bar fight, but it was not as bad as it could have been because there was only one side versus the other side that's supposed to be in clusterfuck free for all. We rescued the pyro chick who turns out to possibly have blood of a dragon or was, she had some kind of reactor incident where she discovered she didn't burn. We also learned that, she hasn't been burning things intentionally. And now we're on our way after preventing her from going with the samurai. We are now on our way to a reactor of some kind that seems to be
Remember
connected to her.
correctly, we're hunting down the I believe the remainder or something of like I think it was the USS Cyclops or something like that.
There
Or am
was
I
the
just
USS Anne that recovered crew and cargo from the Gulf. An hour after
yeah
that,
yeah and the manifest for the Gulf was just labeled as sensitive information, at least as far as we know.
classified. It was the particular cargo was listed as classified. So it's like cargo box yada 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 classified. Or
Yep.
more specifically, classified content.
Yep. Specified contents. The Anne had saved the Gulf, and apparently she had her family on the Gulf. Whether that's the blood family or if that was like found family or anything like that, we didn't go into detail.
It was phrased as she was on the with her I believe she said her father, but she didn't give
I
a
had heard
reason
family.
as to why. She didn't go into the context of the.
Yeah, because we're just like, okay, there's only so much she's going to give us.
Yeah, it's just
We'll
too much
touch that
yes or
later.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's apparently Hispanic in some way, possibly. Because while
She
hearing
was
Wolf
Spanish,
Spider, yeah, she was like, "No, really, what is your power?" And you're like, "Hijo de puta."
Saying words in Spanish which GM does not know.
But yeah, she's somewhat confused. She seems to have. We didn't actually touch on why she was going after the Kai Cho and all that, because we believed there was some sort of vendetta behind it, but we actually had not asked about that. I just forgot. I just realized that.
I recall there was implication.
Implication.
But nothing. No, I take it back. She mentioned she mentioned basically protecting her, and the implication was that her motivation was due
yes, I was her inspiration. Yeah.
samurai received aim from
Who
which,
had stayed pointedly out of the fight.
yeah, she got noped out and like hid on a nearby roof. One of y'all noticed that she was like crouched and spying over in that direction.
I think all of us, both of us had seen it, so yeah.
And the paper had a set of longitude
Where we're going, right?
the location of putting in translation dragon reactor or a dragon, depending on how you're wanting to translate things.
Hey, you were right, Chess. There we go. That's the reactor. It's like, because I was like, no, we weren't going after the ship's reactor. That doesn't seem right. But we were going after something. What was it?
Can't say, because he marked it in the upper right-hand corner of the map, and that's where we were going to be heading next.
Any ancient sites on this at this city? I know this isn't actually an ancient site. It just happens to be, and it's just like, well, Roulette Bay is weird as fuck.
Anything can happen. It can happen in the developing district. Beavers get lost all the time. Who built that? I don't know.
How long have we had an ancient vampire relic lying here? I don't know, since Tuesday?
Unfortunately, Roulette Bay
Bay
has the same issues as any '90s cartoon that takes place in a single area. Why does everything keep happening in New York to the X-Men or Spider-Man or any of the other people that are in New York?
Why is everything so New York focused?
Why is there an alien UFO underneath our feet? How long has it been there? Since the dinosaurs? What? Well, I mean, it's at least older than the vampire. Oh, thank God for that. Alias really does look at this place and be like, Roulette Bay can't just be a coincidence of a name. Like, this place is dangerous as fuck. I am now gonna headcanon that Serenity Bay was like the peaceful part of the place for like always, and Roulette Bay was just like, we don't know. There were just demons and other shit over there. We didn't want to deal with it.
Like Silent Hill and the town across the lake from Silent Hill.
Pretty much. It's like, no, yeah, we don't go over there.
Given given that we're down a collateral, actually, right? And is there anything you guys would like to um um would like to do for before heading off in that direction? Um, uh, um, do you still have ignore?
Yes, we do, because she's in theory coming with us.
In theory,
This
this should
somehow
help answer some questions. Abilities.
I remember Alias walked her through breathing techniques to try and get her
handle. That was earlier,
It,
and that that actually
uh,
prevented something. That was
yeah,
successful.
it was from the way it worded, it was a combination of breathing techniques and also like minor sorcery training or like what he had done in order to focus his power. Like, okay, if like, okay, because I imagine Wolfspire can also throw in a few things because, like, hey, this is probably going to feel weird or like all the power is like imagine it like it's an extension of you. You are able to control it, but blah blah blah.
yeah.
Great power,
I was
great
going to be.
responsibility.
I was just trying to figure out what you would walk her through, so I didn't walk her through the same stuff.
He had walked her only like at least reaching a calmer state and at least getting it under control. At that moment, you might be able to walk her through like, hey, here's what I do in order to not destroy people with a single punch.
Yeah.
Because I remember the last thing was a was you part of the have heard.
So before we head over, just take a moment, uh, walk her through the um, the sense of awareness one, or in his case, the world of glass, but in her case, the okay, I need to be aware of myself, my surroundings, and be aware that I am starting to heat up, so that I can try to so that be aware of the changes that are happening, so that I can fall back on the stuff that Alias showed me before it gets out of hand.
World is a tinderbox.
So in the case, yeah, so it's a world of glass, world's a tinderbox. So we're walking her through the basically the sense of awareness training he had to go through, that he picked up the Tai Chi and stuff for, but in theory he picked it up, the stuff Davis and the spirits walked him through. The idea is like, okay, you can now do this. You have to be aware you can do this, so you have to be aware at all times that okay, I'm feeling the power swelling, or I'm feeling my temperature changing. Okay, I might want to take a minute.
Yeah, and probably walking through her with like her particular nuance because
Yeah,
we're not sure if it's actual like mystical power, willpower based, or some other third thing. We're just like, here's general advice. We'll figure it out as we go.
that's it. Because obviously we can't give her a full training montage right now. We don't have time for that. But just a general sense of a lot of her stuff seems to be, oh crap, I wasn't paying attention, I exploded. I was like, okay, no, let's work on her ADD.
Um, the lesson also understood. I would say a charm roll because you're not necessarily being persuasive.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm here to be either charm or maybe command, but
Actually, command would work as well. As command is about use that with groups for direction and
Would Alias also chiming in here also give a boost or no? Just curious.
if you're wanting to just, especially given your background, you can. That'll give an extra D.
We'll just throw whatever I can at it. This is spiders. Oh, there's someone like me.
29.
9. Okay. That with the extra
Nice.
die bonus.
That is with the extra die bonus.
not that it'll mean much to you guys overall, but give you a sense of how much you guys have been helping. Gonna get a bonus to for like a better term, prevent blowouts.
Yeah. Hey, 3D is good. Nothing.
I will say something about Jumpgate that is a quality of life thing that I didn't quite know I wanted until I saw it. The status bar has a clear all, so you don't have to HUD and peck anymore to remove statuses.
Oh
There's
my
also a search thing to
god.
search.
Like, I know I did kind of a dramatic gasp and all that, but that's actually legit awesome. Like, good job, guys. Probably should have been there earlier, but you know what? We are here for progress. I will never sniff at progress.
Oh, right, I can move things off map now. Oh, that is tiny things, lots of tiny things.
Hey, it's sometimes the tiny things that really get you.
Yeah. Okay. But just to confirm, there's nothing you guys want to kind of um like shore up laterals on here.
We've been doing most of this adventure without him, so I think we're good.
Yeah, we thankfully haven't been too bruised up, but does she need anything? Because, like, I know she's had to basically hunt for clothes at this point. Alias gave her the magical cloak, but I don't know if that will suffice for her.
She really needs fire retardant. Um,
And give her fire resistance. Only because it doesn't burn, it just smolders.
oh, we're talking about weapon.
Yeah, I can do a web costume like I do for myself.
We can also see about procuring. Well,
I say we don't have we have the lab. We paid for the lab, so I don't know if the lab could do something.
not
That would take some
quickly
time, though.
that would.
She actually is like obviously, but then she's also that being said, your lab guys labs. Oh, I guess
Oh, there's aliens last, but we also did pay for the lab for the base.
okay. What tier was it?
4.
That's the super.
That's the max tier, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then, yeah, I would, I'd say maybe because I'm presuming that essentially it is, because you're not actually giving it stats outside of, it's a super costume.
Mhm.
I would say like probably,
I said not even,
maybe an hour work time.
possibly less if Greg rolls well, since he's the crafting tech guy.
Plus, that would also allow you time to actually sit down with her and maybe move through a few movements and see how she handles her powers and all that.
Yeah, if you want to do that, yeah, we can do that.
I'm
Give
all
her
for it
a
because that way it gives her something to wear and not feel exposed and all that other fun gas.
so we can maybe get her proper costume. Take an hour to figure out how her shit works.
Yeah, it's like as I mentioned, it's like the token I'm using for her is something she doesn't have yet.
Well, give us an hour and she'll have it.
Okay. Are you wanting to take the full hour or have Alias accelerate now?
I will leave that up to Alias and how confident he's feeling.
Actually, wait. That level of lab reduces time by 20%.
Check that's laboratory tier 4, modern mark level, semi-attempt computer, 30% reduction time.
30%.
They're highly futuristic and equipped with possible alien technology. Yep, that sounds about right, considering where I got it.
Okay. 42. Without additional stuff, and if I remember correctly, okay. If this is exactly a super gadget, um, I'll especially you're dealing with cloth and material. That falls under no. Um, so if Alias wants to accelerate things, you can make a know-how roll to essentially like optimize um creation. Um, I'll say given all all the all of the lab equipment we have, that can be lowered down by the
Okay.
provided the roll.
Yeah.
Let's see. Know how. Because that's perception, if I remember
Know-how is
right.
under perception, yeah.
Okay. Uh,
You know,
let's
I was going to ask a
shave.
question, but I actually kind of presume Cutter's powers probably knows them because you have perception of 3D space, yeah?
Yeah. So if you want to say spider sense works that way, and yeah, I can superpower. I can name off your exact measurements. That's not awkward.
I was about to say, for posterity's sake, Alias will at least ask if he can measure her.
I imagine this is when he
Or
discovers he can do that. It's like, Alien's like, hey, can I measure? He pulls out the tape measure, and while he's measuring, and Wolfstar's just like, da 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 da. And you're like, I don't know.
But your ability works. It makes sense. You probably need to make like a perception roll, really, to get like precise stuff. But I would think you could do it with the power.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. It makes it makes sense. I just imagine this is the moment he discovers that he can do that because it's never come up before.
You know what? It would actually not be tape measure because you know what? Level 4 lab. We have a step-on scanning tool. Fuck that.
Yeah, because you got super advanced shit.
Got that silly light thing where you stand on the circle and the light
Yeah.
goes up and down.
Okay, that works. That works. That's right. Because again, this is no longer the lab in a basement.
And then you see the fancy laser 3D printer behind her doing the.
Yeah.
And you know what? Fuck it. Because this is at least like, a prototype. She still needs her little flare. He will be just giving like, here's colors. Have fun.
I still feel I need to send me a. I need to like. Anyway, that's a nitpick. I can do image editing later. Um, but yeah, cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
she'll look through colors.
And
Um,
quote
if the
basic
spider
more
actually
fire
rattles off the
design.
numbers, she will be a little. I don't want to quite say off-put, but a bit like, wait, what?
And he's like, wait, what? And he looks over the screen. He's like, okay, that's new.
I, I feel like it's something he might say under his breath, like, oh,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
She, like, something to make a perception check for, like, wait, what? And Alias is just like, fascinating.
Ooh, stupid power. I've used it to measure a ring before, but that okay.
Goes home to goes home to Davis and Chelsea. Oh no, goes home to Davis. Hey, Davis? Hmm? How how do you deal with the fact that you know the measurements of someone just by looking at them? Davis would not know if this is a teen thing, because Jason does Justin does strike me as kind of like the artistic type who could maybe guess, and but then it's also like, but no, he's also good. And then eventually mutter, I'm too old for this.
Huh, maybe I should change my minor to costume design.
It's like,
It's like
I'd imagine Justin probably has picked up stuff by osmosis, probably through, I think it's Diva does
Yeah,
your
she's choreography and costuming.
yeah,
Oh, nothing else. I had to have picked up some stuff by osmosis. I made my own,
fair.
but yeah, going for that know-how, sweet know-how. Does the lab give any like number bonuses, or is it just time?
It doesn't have a listed bonus in terms of the advantage, but I don't know if under the circumstances the GM would give you a bonus.
Given what you're doing, I will give the standard extra D bonus just because you're already getting like a pretty.
Fair. So wait,
I also have
an X
16
amount,
know-hows.
or
Apparently, I actually am good at making.
hey, same thing. Well, unless I turn on the mask, unless I get the mask involved, then it jumps up to 9. But so just plain know-how roll.
Yeah, no how with +1D for good lab.
That will be 35.
25. Okay, yeah, you can get it reduced down to 5 minutes.
And yeah, just make it fit well. No death. Get rid of that silly ducks reduction. Like this is. Keep in mind this isn't going to be armor, but that isn't going to keep you completely safe, but it will keep your identity maintained.
Good. So it looks like it turned out pretty well.
into the changing room off to the side.
Oh yeah. I figure they're like. Uh, okay. I think I have shooting it.
Yeah, you showed us your image, so feel free to show it again for those at home who have forgotten.
Actually, it does look a little kind of armor. Yep. Actual armor can be added later.
I mean, considering what we're doing, we could probably work some armor in there. At least 1D worth, which is decent, just decent leather.
With a 30 and being able to reduce it by 5 minutes, take off, allow a few more minutes to actually integrate armor, I won't say no to that. If that's okay with David. That way she gets a little bit of protection. Which, speaking of, besides the fire thing, what do you know any self-defense or anything like that?
That she was military, so I hope she knows something.
There we go. Given the, I was just putting in the. Okay. You're asking.
Yeah, what kind of
Yeah, they training
what kind of
enhanced
self?
hand self-defense something.
Yeah, but I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised. Neither of you noticed, given how perceptive you.
I'm still learning how my stuff works.
I never assume things. Because technically, I haven't seen you fight.
That's also true. We've just seen you explode.
Eh. So you know what? Just to kind of revamp that kind of mystique, a check to kind of look at her stance and general well-being to kind of take a stab in the dark of what kind of style she chose.
Okay. That you're trying to make a deduction. I'd say
Investigation?
either search or unless you have something else you think would be.
Would this be my intuition, you think? Sounds like a deduction intuition type thing, but
It is a deduction in. And that being said, I'm not sure if you could intuit an idea.
Not necessarily the name specifically, but I could go, okay, it seems to be more, based on how you're just carrying yourself in your stance, it seems to be more of a dancey acrobatic style. So maybe something closer along the lines of, say, a kung fu or karate.
Okay, like hard soft.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that I can see could fall under.
And based on that, maybe I could also point out some, alterations to make to the costume to, reinforce the area she'd be using.
By the way, 43.
Okay, 42.
43. What's up? I earned that extra pip. Thank you.
Bad luck! Woo! I can think of necessarily anything bad luck here, but it happens essentially.
Ruin your chances with her. I don't know.
Oh
So
no!
you do a social faux pas. I don't know.
I just named off her measurements in public. I think I already did my social faux pas.
Well, at least hypothetically, she didn't hear that.
I don't have Rises right head.
Really?
I got it on PlayStation for $5.
Nice, nice classic on the Gibbs. Okay,
$5? God damn, nice.
Yeah, it was on sale for like 85% off. I went in for Lunar, came out with Alien Isolation, Rise of the Triad, and Lunar.
Lunar, what?
It's they just released a remaster of an old Sega CD/PS1 JRPG called Lunar.
Okay, because we have Lunars in this game, so I was like, wait, Lunars? What do they have to do with anything?
Lunar the JRPG, not Lunar the space elf.
Okay, because there are too many Lunars. Because there's also Exalted Lunars and Solars.
Gonna be a Lunan.
I'll tell you, wait till we get to Outlaws, then there'll be a Lunan, yeah.
But okay. Given your role with Spider, it is it's striking you as a hard leaning style. Oh, you rolled it. I was gonna get like whether that being said, Alias, with your incredibly high roll, I can just tell you what the style is.
Oh, question.
Yep.
Considering we're using the space printer and everything, and she was hyped about the silk, could I be feeding my silk into the material thing so the suit is actually made of the silk, but he designed and printed it?
Yeah.
There we
Works
go.
in certain places with retardant special chemicals.
And now I
Hell
can give her the
yeah!
enhanced armor too.
Hell yeah!
He now has 60 of silk.
Yes.
Jesus.
You make that noise, but I get hurt all the time.
Man, I'm just here sending over with my, I think 5D.
Would you like a spider silk undersuit or something? We have the machine. We can do that now.
I don't know. I have. I appreciate it, but that's what I have nano machines for.
Okay.
I need to.
I mean, you could do nano machines that enhance spider silk.
I believe it's half against fire.
Half against fire.
I guess essentially the way Alias has set up his armor is that he could literally the disguise thing is built into the suit because it's the Tony Stark, or it's Wakandan, that kind of thing of just like, hey, I'm just gonna transform into this.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe something like a vest or an undershirt or something you could wear under your fancy suit, so you had just that extra layer.
Valid. Something to look into that.
Well, now that we know that I can, squirt into the print machine, it's an option for people.
Yep.
And I imagine, considering that we're using the fancy lab, your costume doesn't dissolve in a few hours.
Yeah, I'd say keep in mind that that uh, point protection doesn't apply until points are.
Oh yeah,
Just as a general reminder.
Yeah.
Um,
the lab is insured. It has point protection.
no, I mean the extra armor and benefits of so.
Yeah.
Um,
Just
Oh,
naturally,
yeah,
you
yeah,
for the
yeah.
costume as a 60 armor and stuff.
yeah. But
I'm good with that anyway, now.
um,
Okay, well, we have it as an
Stop.
option if you need we need temporary suits for some special reason later.
Yeah.
Heavy combat version.
Right.
Given your role, I'll even give you the die code. Um, abs, aka Muay Thai. And can you can dub this proficiency however you would like. But 9 dice of
Oh shit.
Oh, very skilled. So quite skilled.
Yeah.
Because that's about what Aliases is, and like one of the biggest ones is like, you want to have Wolf Spider respond first, or
It's like, okay, no, she knows what she's doing. Um,
like a few more seconds. Ah, do you mind making a fist real quick?
sure. She'll make a fist, not you, but it helped her out earlier. So
Ah, very very proficient in Muay Thai. Interesting.
oh, Muay Thai, I know that one. Hang on. Make it like a couple of those like fingerless boxing gloves and some like reinforced shin padding. Just kind of flick those onto the costume. Huh. So kind of like how they when they did the was it Battle by the Sun, how they reinforced the White Ranger costume a little bit.
yeah.
Just to kind of get that feel back up. Oh, you think you want me to just name your name, address, and everything? Okay, here. Reinforce. Yes, we are that good.
There we go. That should protect your hands and feet, the shins a little bit.
That that's something that won't burn away. How about we actually go find a fire?
Sounds good.
Do you want to travel? Because technically, you have two different avenues, or
Right with him or right
three.
with me?
Uh, I'm under the impression spiders travel faster.
Well, not too. I obviously have to slow down a little bit so I don't leave my team in the dust. But yes, by virtue of being able to avoid traffic. Oh, you fly now. That's right. You avoid traffic too. Yeah. Okay. We should be good. As we're swinging, walking her back through. It's like, okay, remember what we talked about. Make sure, aside from also getting directions, just making sure that refreshed on what we just spent the last hour doing, so it's fresh in her head.
Okay, so did you take that whole hour because you were able to reduce?
However much time we took,
Okay.
I'm just making sure that it's fresh in her head as we're swinging.
Great.
It's swing. Uh, Oh, okay. Point 1 jump gate. They give me a center button. I don't like the transparent slide bar, but I do like the center button.
Feel free to drop your.
I mean, looks like I can already see the map. There's some health bars inside the. Oh, that's fancy rooftop things. They have a tank. Okay. Do they have open windows or something where I could see them?
Yeah, there are. It's not airtight.
I dropped a spider sense. Oh, there we go.
Go transparent.
I have to move first, apparently, to get to go transparent, but
yeah.
Okay, we got some army looking dude. I see samurai.
Don't really can do as much. They are the
Okay, so we have some mercenaries. Samurai. I see Scorpio. Yeah. Probably with the merc dudes, because I recall he was a merc. These red dudes up here, I believe, are samurais guys.
On the upper right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like
the
they've.
new ping's interesting. Yeah. New ping graphic.
Oh yeah.
Cool. And I believe these neon rave ninjas are also his.
Yeah. It looks like he has. The samurai have taken out some primitive. There's something else that you can also that is not within regular line of sight because it's an elevated thing that is.
I've been hurt. My token says I'm hurt. That's why I'm trying to remember if I've actually taken any hits.
I know you've been in a fight. I don't recall if
I think that is accurate.
you may have taken some.
Yeah.
That might have been what it was.
But something else.
Because when you're using D6, it doesn't have HP tracking or whatever. So sometimes when the tokens come over, the HP hasn't been right, so I want to make sure.
Now there is something else that you are able to see.
Is that all the rooms? Okay, there's nothing on the boat there. Okay.
No, I don't have an interior.
Yeah. Okay, just make sure.
Rather, I don't have the con tower.
Yeah, just make sure.
But something that you can see. Any chance?
Oh, you're new.
And I will reveal them just for this.
He's hanging out over there on the stairs. Got it.
Yeah. As you can see on the map proper, like there's a stairwell here. That area over there.
Okay, so what's the play here, folks? We got a bunch of mercs. Looks like the samurai are making a move already. Got this big armored horny guy that I'm not sure what his deal is.
As a point of clarification, while the image has his faceplate up, when you saw him this way,
oh, he has a faceplate. That's interesting.
Yep.
Faceplate, just like what you mean, like just a plate in front of his face or something like that, or
it's a faceplate styled in to have a reminiscent of a.
Okay.
well, no wait. Oh yeah, I don't know if I like the bars to move things being transparent. I don't know how I feel about that.
So far, that's been my only real complaint.
Oh, the slide bar,
the transparent slide bar. Because again, depending on the map and where you're positioned on the screen, it blends in.
Oh yeah, it just seems to blend in entirely because it's like because I thought for a second the sidebar, the side to side bar was just poof. I'm like, what?
So yeah, I've lost it a few times now.
I know my cursory glance through the graphic settings hasn't
Yeah, you
revealed
can't
anything.
you can't fix it in the graphics, or just fucked.
This is just happening now.
If you hold control and use your middle mouse wheel, it'll do it. But I know not everyone has a middle.
What to say? You bitch! I'm using my laptop at the moment. How dare you? You PC master race piece of shit! How dare you? You jumpgate sons of bitches being PC desktop only. But no, actually, anyways, let's see.
Okay. Go burst. Get the burst in.
Wait, what? That's a big thwip.
Here's a bigger one.
Cool. How the hell are you doing that?
The little magic wand tool at the bottom of the left-hand bar. Okay, that one's more accurate. The smoke, the rocket effect. Whee! Web bomb.
Delightful.
Hang on, guys. We have special effects now.
Production.
I was about to say, God damn it, David! You're upping the production cost again.
Crap, going over budget.
I wish I could control the width of the beam. That would be nice, but
if you have to do it through custom effect, I believe, but that requires syntax knowledge.
it's fine. Rocket seems to do the job pretty effectively.
Actually, they have things already set and written out. So yeah, if you size, emission rate. Okay, I don't see a width specific.
Where are you seeing size and emission rate? I'm not even seeing that.
Do you not see custom effect when you click the
No.
to the right of effect?
Nope.
That's
a GM
that's a me thing. Well, I suppose then I could fiddle around with it to make something for it.
But yeah, it's fine. Rocket, does the job.
Let me go. Okay.
Ah!
I'm a fire in my legs. But anyways, I did see the thing.
Look, I could be Superman. Rainbows. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, we got a guy in the bull suit and we got a guy in the scorpion suit and a bunch of mercs and the samurai seem to be trying to sneak in from the other side of the map and are taking out the mercs.
And yeah, tank.
Yeah, right there. It points up. It looks like it's up the stairs from us.
As you can see,
is that down from us?
As you see, there's an elevated portion here, and then a further elevated portion here.
So yeah, it's above us.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm pointing up at the tank. Which its barrel's over the edge there, so we should be able to at least partially see it.
Yeah, you'll be able to see like the barrel.
But yeah, they got a tank.
Oh, that's a.
I could try melting it.
Well, we don't know if anyone's in there anyway, so.
Well, that's why
we'll burn that bridge when we get there.
So I believe our job is to get onto the ship to find MacGuffin and.
Yeah, you have these are where the launch lat coordinates are.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. Note did not specify like in building A. It's like it is here. It is at this location.
So we don't know if it's in one of the buildings or on the boat. Are the buildings labeled in any way? Like, is there one that's like main office or something?
Okay, who knows? He is it listed
Hypothetically, not.
as a native or
I mean, D6 doesn't have native.
well, you get a language as native, so
I imagine he was raised in a semi-bilingual household.
okay.
Um,
I don't know whether you have specialization in Spanish or
I
English.
have a specialization in Spanish.
Okay, that's kind of the core of what I want to
Okay,
know.
that's like this is not like GURPS where you actually can check native. It's like no, I imagine he was raised exposed to both. Like I imagine kind of like what was it Nona from Camp Cretaceous? It's like I imagine he's got like the grandmother that basically almost seems to understand English, but for some reason only ever seems to speak Spanish. But like obviously Chelsea speaks English, and his parents spoke English or predominantly English. But, yeah, I have a 6D specialization in Spanish.
Dice. Okay, yeah. If you have 6 dice, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
These aren't particularly complex things.
Yeah.
I was about to say 60 in language before mask. I have approximate knowledge of many things.
Like a bard. Okay, that one's a storage building. And we are looking for an actual physical reactory object.
It might be contained something.
Well, yes,
But yes, you're looking for a large a large like you either need multiple strong people or a forklift.
Okay.
To move.
I was just confirming we weren't looking for a manifest or paperwork or something. Okay, so we are looking for a large object. Storage is a good place to look.
Yeah. Now that being said,
The other building, I guess, isn't labeled.
that being said, they have a manifest help you narrow things down. No, I'm gonna live in this. Oh, I can't.
Alias, based on your experience, I feel like you've done this kind of thing before. They would have offloaded it from the ship into the store building, or you think it'd still be on the boat? Head taco management.
Management is scraped out, and so else will taco.
Head taco.
Who dares deal with a head taco?
This ship, by the way, is armed.
Okay.
There's two.
So yeah, do you think it's on the heavily armed boat, or do you think it's in the storehouse?
Let's see.
I would think they would keep it on the boat that has defenses, but I don't have no expertise in this area. Whereas again, I feel like you've done missions like this before, so I'm also not sensing a giant box of Ark of the Covenant any goodness. So
There are boxes of varying sizes.
I guess we could check the taco building, see if that has a memo. But I figured I'd defer to your expertise.
Let's see. Gut tells me. Well, actually, looking at the Senrai attack, what does it look like they are going after?
It looks like. Well, first off, well, wait, hold on. Well, Spider knows because of Spidey sense.
And with that being said, okay, then, just looking at the situation, what I know.
It's like, because you know that I was about to give you information. I'm like, well, if you seem to be asking for like, can you put? Oh, actually, you could. You know where their actions are coming from, so I suppose you could try to predict their tactics.
And I'm describing this. I can describe the situation to him because again, it looks like they're dropping guards over there, so they're clearly making their way to one of these buildings.
Okay, given the. Sorry, I just like how the name tags are much easier to read.
This is our also appreciating jump gate and seeing.
Yes, not
how
sponsored,
it
but
works.
playing with new technology today, folks.
Actually, here I will reveal this.
Well, I mean, I can see the spider sense name tag. That's new.
Oh, okay, yeah, how it has that nice
shadow
subtitle, the bagging, yeah,
as opposed to actually having the little box around it like they used to.
Given the number of people that the spider is describing, it is very likely that Samurai will split between Orange and Head Taco.
Okay, so see, he seems to think it's in one of the buildings.
Because as far as you guys are aware, outside of contextual knowledge, the actual location, he allegedly has the same level of information as you have because you took his note.
Yeah.
So.
Like they have enough split off to both buildings. So that's where they'll be going. Where is Bull located?
He is.
I think I saw him to the south. Yeah,
he's mapped south of
is
us,
he near...
to the right of the tank. He's between the tank and the boat.
Yeah, he's on a descending area.
Yeah, it looks like a dry dock ramp or something.
Does Bull look?
Oh, sorry. Fade the roofs.
Fade the what?
The roofing. You want me to fade that a bit more?
I mean, you can. I can see through it, but if you want to fade it a little bit.
Sorry. Go on.
Well, that's better.
Does for Bull, does he look like they're standing still, or like what's their disposition? Like, are they trying to run somewhere? Are they guard mode? Because technically we don't know what side they're on, but my money's going to be on mercenary.
The Bull looking for better sense. They're standing there, looking around in seaward direction. Looks to be kind of on standby, as if they're like, I'm at a spot no one would expect, so I can be, called in or react, quickly from an oblong angle. That seems to be that kind of thing, kind of an on standby guard, and going from side to side, actively alert. While I am not moving, just save on clicks.
Yeah,
these guys out here are basically rolling.
Okay. My suggestion before I mute myself for a little bit is to maybe have Wolf Spider and Ignaris to confront the Sunrise Samurai or go after the buildings. And Alias can go after the ship, see if he can sneak around and see anything quick.
All right. Start with storage then, since it's the closest building.
And this allows you to have a turn while I greet my wife and say hello.
web zip. Oh, are you lower area and then planning on going up, or are
Uh,
you directly web zipping towards?
your web up to the top of like near the roof, and there's yoinking myself over, taking her with me if she wants to go, or if she wants to take the old-fashioned way.
I was just wondering because with these guys on patrol, depending on and if you reach your line of sight, they get it.
Oh, I rolled a stealth in an attempt to be sneaky. Using spider sense for timing and that kind of thing to know when to pull himself. I am using my chameleon power right now. So. Yes, I have chameleon.
That already factored into your.
Yeah, that's factored into the
Okay.
27.
That's just a 1 there.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 on the power die. But not a 6. But bad luck triggers anytime I roll a 1. So I still have to notify you.
Okay. That 1, I will 6 modify. Okay. Either are.
Okay. Is there like a vent or a window or something I can use to get in around here? Skylight, something?
Um, there are windows along the side. Now they're like the kind of squat narrow windows, kind of like in some bathrooms where you can technically put yourself through, but they're not full.
Yeah.
We're looking at the well, there are no windows. There are attached environmental control that could crawl through jewel.
Oh, he's gonna look at both. Look at the window. Look at Ignaris. Ignaris up and down. Go, nah. And we're going with the vent. We're not Winnie the Poohing this.
To the okay. In terms of the vents, as we vent material and stuff here, um, have anything that kind of stealth modifiers that help with sound.
So I don't sound like Thor, God of Thunder, coming through the vents. Oh, hide versus sensors is not going to apply here, I imagine.
Oh, I like that. Guess what?
Hmm?
You know how when you have them tabbed, when you have your sheet tabbed, and you do a shift double click, it just kind of shifts it over to let you know where it is. Now it's minimized. Double click it. Sheet opens. That is nice.
Okay. So what he's going is put a little bit of extra padding on the fingers and toes of his suit, and using the same technique he uses for walls, walking basically on the pads of his fingers and toes to minimize point of impact, and again trying to be slow and stealthy, but that should by putting the padding and then minimizing the points of contact, hopefully that will reduce his sound footprint.
Okay. What I'll do then is you can add your silk manipulation, your spider manipulation dice as
To my
you
existing roll or to a new roll?
to a new roll since your venue is somewhat significant.
Assuming I do not still get my chameleon because this is an audio.
Type it as that. I called it sneaking and not stealth. What the hell?
I mean, it's the same. We don't need to get nitpicky here.
Okay. Just as a point of comparison, since you're proving her ability to sneak, her sneak was a 20.
I don't know if spider sense is extended beyond the vent. If it does, could I maybe give her a small assistance bonus with the idea of basically telling her when to move and not to move?
Part of you was going to say command roll, but no, that's fine. That's fine. I can
do a command roll if you
that's
prefer. I
not a
just wasn't
problem.
sure, what if the situation allowed for any kind of help.
Yeah. Given that you're able to perceive their movements down
Yeah.
there, I'm not going to necessarily ask for
Okay.
or stop, move.
Yeah. Okay.
Though I think command roll would be interesting if you're wanting to roll beyond the 1D bonus.
Okay.
That could fall under giving. Okay. Let's see.
Good. I mean, it's respectful.
Oh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, you guys can move area your dropout points. Yeah, that's contrast.
What are those?
The approximate.
Yeah.
Those are the exit points.
Oh, okay. That's where we pop out.
You just want to straight up.
No. Good.
Now that you're close, to here. This one right here. I think there's actually ways you can modify them. Anyway, okay, there is you're commenting. Ugh. I guess it pays just to be standing around. Um, one of the others will. Oh, technically, we're um. Uh, technically, isn't that a guy in the suit the be the one in charge? You'll sense a shrug from the third guy off to the right, but the one that for well, I mean, they're by they hired by the same guy, so not. That's what I'm wondering is why not use actual trade doc? Well, whatever medieval stuff this is. Guy, the third guy off to the all right, I'll go. Medieval. This is mahogany. This is treated mahogany. Saying the guy on the left is like, "What are you, a carpenter now?" Yeah, I'm like, actually, yes. It's fire retardant wood. I think there's some concrete foundations going on here, but yeah, I mean, we're essentially guarding what I'm assuming is a smuggling here. Guy to the well, I mean, cargo that's been moved around and stuff. That's a pretty safe bet. They'll go into a little bit of small talk. So they did imply that there's been cargo. Okay. Also, before you do, that has been ninjas. Um, guy to right over. Hey, everything okay out there? You'll hear toggling, toggling. Cal, You'll hear a voice respond. Yeah, I'm fine. Someone decided to move a chair where it really was, and I just tripped over it. We're all good out here.
Fine, thanks. Now, how are you? Yes.
Actually, I got some good cooked spam out here if you want any of it. Guy in the same movie. Uh, no, I got another hour of being with these boxes. Hearing slash Spidey sense.
Dealing with stealth. In my tech power. Search. Or perception. You said perception?
Yeah,
Okay.
perception. I'm just seeing it happen. Then
That's a 38.
okay, that um, are noticing the vent system as one of these guys has gotten their way onto the roof and
That out to Mars.
I usually just kind of sneak into a place and start a fire. Should I try to get them while they're in the vent?
And take this. How are you at a quiet takedown?
Um, we'll see.
All right. Is there one of these guys that's like particularly isolated? I'm in the warehouse. Is there one of these three guys who's particularly isolated from the others?
Provided you can get across this map without being noticed, then that would be this guy as cargo and stuff breaking.
Okay. So I will indicate for her to try and get that guy since relatively hidden. I'm going to roll over. I could, since they're seeming, I'm assuming they're on some kind of patrol pattern here. They're not just standing around.
These two are actually standing around because they have a good view of this area. This guy, however, is
Okay, so yeah, I'll indicate for her to take the patrol pattern. Even with them standing around, I imagine that their heads are moving.
Oh yeah, they're keeping an eye on it.
So I'm going to attempt to time grab, doing the thing where I come down, grab the guy, and pull him up. To attempt to time this guy for when for when the other guy's head is turned. Grab, pull up, web to ceiling, go back into stealth. The attempt.
Okay. I was halfway through season.
Once I get him up there, maybe we'll see. First, I have to get him up there. Okay, because I can just smother him in web so he doesn't make noise. Then I can, what a normal spider does, and eat at my leisure. But if I do it this way, then maybe the ninja won't see him, and I can get, make sure the guy doesn't get hurt.
Okay.
Hmm. And hope. Yeah. Don't scream. Actually, that. Oh, oh, the guy's search has a freaking spike. Oh, she messed it up.
Physical defense. What? Yeah, that is so nice. That's so nice. I don't need to use. Okay. Um, what she done? Oh, what she does, because you can see this, is she runs across this way. Um, Kicks off the cargo boxes angles again to go to try to grab her. Um, but she goes high. Um, um, Flying knee striking his face, and then use her momentum to turn around, spinning around, wrapping around it, around his neck to pull him down to the. She falls to prevent there from.
Fancy.
Um, and yeah, that she essentially did a knockout strike.
Huzzah!
I was worried there for a second.
Alright, that just leaves my guy.
Okay, that okay. It's I believe it's Flux's version.
That's the target hits, but targets hit by the attack roll their reflexes against the entangle power. Yeah.
Flux's roll of a 9. And you see your
So it's like grab, pull up, the reflex rolls versus sticking to the ceiling, finding him up. Ah, roll a Y.
you're doing time it right.
Wait,
Rolled less than a 10, so
can I go again? Or do we need to wait for the ninja to go? I don't have to wait for the ninja. I will go.
um the grate over in that area is removed slightly, and a snake camera dips down and rotates around.
Okay. Yes, don't see us, don't see us. Oh, rolling damage. That could be good.
Okay. What you're seeing is after the snake camera gets pulled up,
Hmm.
a of a kunai.
Crap.
gets hit by the kunai kind of in the armor. There'll be a bit of as he begins to turn around.
Crap, they're just pouring in now.
These two wrap their arms around the guy. One person wrapping it kind of around, wrapping their arms around the waist. The other wrapping it on the upper torso and covering the mouth. Drag the guy out.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Yoink.
Are you trying to yoke this guy out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Get him up on the ceiling with me. Yep.
Okay. You guys have stuff. No, you don't. You're just otherwise rather skilled.
Yep.
Okay. Because this guy was relying a lot on, not being seen. I think you do a web grab. Let me get his reflexes. Reflexes of 14. Okay. So you're going to web this guy.
That's it. He's up on the ceiling with the other guy. Yep.
Oh, that is so I can just search for web, and it finds web. Yay.
Bite doesn't count as a punch. I don't get the hit bonus. Okay. Time for some interrogation.
Which one are you by?
The guy I just pulled up.
Stamina.
That was a balls word. Ah, sounds right.
What's versus stamina?
Paralysis, I believe, is versus stamina.
That sounds right.
Physique or stamina. Yeah. All right. Time to become broken.
One of those looks like you got it by a decent amount.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind the shadows here are the next tier up from the samurai dudes.
Yeah. All right. So I didn't vamp anything, but he is paralyzed.
Oh, okay.
All right. That guy neutral. The one. Band-aids impeding my ability to pick up dice.
Uh,
Not that I really need to roll to bite this other guy. Just make sure I don't hurt myself. It looks like it's probably an easier way to do it.
yes. Very nice.
Much better roll. Come on, give me something good. Okay, so he is paralyzed, and for every 4 ranks, he loses 6. That's it. Loses 1 pip per rank. So yeah, he loses 6 pips, so 2d from his presence.
Oh, right, 'cause multiple levels. Okay.
Yeah. Because it's for every 4 points I beat him by, he loses 1 pip per rank. So I have 6 ranks, so he would lose.
Okay. Okay, so you said it was 6.
He's losing 2d from presence. Because it's 6 pips, so that rounds 2d.
Okay. Okay, and I believe that is also some of the memory stuff.
That's how we've been role playing it.
Okay. Are you wanting to? I believe it was an investigation roll.
That's what we've had me been doing. Yeah.
Or yeah. Are you wanting to take a moment to do that now? Or
I can do that now if you'd like. Yes. I believe I just heard Greg come back.
yeah. Well, if I remember correctly, it's something you want to invoke. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I bite into him. I'm pulling the memories, and then you've had me roll investigation to sort through what I'm getting.
Right. Okay. I was just trying to remember whether it actually took time or not to.
He
Yeah,
just does that.
It usually hasn't taken a lot of time because again, it's just trying to sort through the flash of insights getting.
As you're making the roll, is there anything specific you're trying to sort out of it?
Seeing if this guy knows where the crate we're looking for is.
Okay.
$45.
Holy shit. Okay. That is that's pretty good there.
Yep.
Okay. A person named Horse, which according to your flash is the dude,
Okay. Bull is named Taurus. Got it.
um just straight up picked up a
Hmm.
picked up the a large box, which according to this guy is what they're guarding.
Yeah.
And moved it to the client's ship. Um, that is kind of telling you that whatever suit he's wearing is definitely strength enhancing.
Okay. So I know I'm a little bit ahead of Alias in time, but I will let it forward that on to Alias. It's like, okay, looks like dude in the bull suit goes by the name Taurus. Put the cargo on the ship. Seems to suit wouldn't suit would either be strength enhancing or power suit or some kind of thing. So watch out. He's strong like bull.
Strong, like the bull, or being bold, like red, that the bull attack.
And just to wrap out my turn, I'm just gonna hide the guy that Ignorus took down. It was just stick him up with the other two. Peek outside, like, okay, how badly messed up are these guys out there? They, I still, I feel signs of life out there, or are they all dead? Does my vibration sense let me feel them still breathing?
This guy right here, is better off than the others in that he is incapacitated. Others are in.
Okay, so I will be getting ready to go out there to try and deal with that. But Greg's back, so I will defer my time to him, so I can use that.
Yeah.
By the sound of it, though, you were able to get quite a bit done.
Yep.
Hell yeah. You were sneaky like the spider. Minutes earlier. David? Check 1, 2.
You want
Okay.
any like kind of updates or questions or
Well, I think I was able to understand most of it. They went to this warehouse to start taking down people and search it. They were trying to go non-lethal, but the Senrai ninjas were being troublesome. And I think by the time I hypothetically get to the ship, they will start getting solid info. But no, I will just invisibly sneak onto the ship.
okay. Yeah. Actually, that's what you actually have invisibility.
Round movement at all, or just go to the ship?
How much is your invisibility, Adam?
2 pips.
2?
I also have a chameleon of 1.
Sorry, I couldn't catch.
And I have a chameleon of 1.
Holy shit! That's 7 ones over here.
How do you throw clear out of it?
Okay. Well, that level of dice buffoonery. Great
How to
job.
remind you, this is roll 20, David.
I know it likes messing with me. Okay. Okay. Um. Wow. What? Cool. Um. Provided you have the movement. Um. The ship here.
Because of actual movement, I will just actually 2, 4, leap. Actually, one way or another, I have enough movement. It's sneak, it's fly or jump that I can just get over here. So just if you want me to move more.
Are on deck here. Birds left there are gonna noticed. I will still maintain stealth and just look on the top deck first for a bot. At a glance, you're not seeing. You're not seeing any great sizable for what it is. That being said, could I get perch? Okay. As you're kind of around and such, again, you don't see a size sort of box, but you do notice something that you find odd. Um, unless they're in the back of the command tower looks up and see through the. Generally speaking, there should be at least someone around the window area to kind of look and have a. So interesting to know that they're effectively at the moment leaving it alone or pretending no one's on it. But yeah, after searching the top, I'll at least begin making my way down. Going to the door that would logically read very well. Um, Pull and you'll push regular human strength, and the door isn't but
Interesting. Let me check something real.
what we like to do with the door.
Gonna look up the X-ray power real quick.
We have the X-ray power. Okay, neat.
Well, my mask can.
Oh right, Omni Gadget.
Yeah. I have enough uses for today. Or this arc. Ability. Molecular. Paralyze. Shape. Sonar. Super. X-ray. This is sheet metal, right?
Doesn't even metal. Metal.
Yeah. Or would it just straight steel? What I mean.
Sheet metal. Yeah, yeah. It would. Metal looking.
I can only have a maximum of 3 ranks, and I don't know if I could do that on an 18.
You can always give it a shot if you'd like. And you also have
Yeah.
Ka and character points.
See how it goes just normally. Okay, 15. Oh yeah, that does actually bring up something I forgot to mention that I did want to bring up. Because of my miscalculations for the bow, I actually have 5 character points left.
Excellent.
I'll be using those right now.
Hmm?
Hey, okay, that's going to be 17. Oh wait. God damn. Unless it's TIE Defender to be like, no secrets for you.
Okay. You. Well, it's a bit fuzzy. You are 4. See wood. Thick wood. There is not pathway through this. This is a door that leads to a wall of wood.
Was that the only entrance that I found?
There is there's
At
a
least on the
door that looks like it's connected to the.
make my way to the command tower, and being extra sure using that search roll to also keep an eye on alarms, because these guys are serious.
confirm, were you going to try the command tower door?
Do-do.
I kind of heard something.
Just humming the dark theme, or James Bond, whatever. On the command deck, keeping an eye for alarms and using that door.
So I didn't quite catch it. Are you going to try to X-ray the command door as well?
No, just keeping an eye out for alarms as I make my way to the command door.
Have another slot of time to do something. Catch up. Catch up the wolf spider.
I guess I will open the command door and search inside.
Feel free to make that search. Perhaps the door, the command tower, like the that looks like it would go down to the decks, not budge. And provided that you're a door opening string.
Oh, how your volume keeps going up and down.
Oh, sorry.
It's fucking with my setting.
Oh. $30. Okay. Or seeing that there are cameras. They seem to be fixed position cameras. Or not noticing any like trip lasers or or like embedded guns or explosives. Outside of the obvious turrets.
It'll be extremely silly, David, hypothetically. But would you say that I could hypothetically, using my gadget know-how with my computer wrist and general Android shenanigans, can I hack the cameras and maybe look through a few things, or no?
If you want to spend your time slot to try to um, um, hack the cameras.
For now, I'll just stick with trying to open the door meta-humanly.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to ask you to roll because I know how strong you are. Door just catches, and there is a block of nice sturdy wood behind it. As a matter of fact, the other side of the door does not have a knob on the other end, so it can be flat against the wood.
And would Wolf Spider talk about the ship at this point?
With what you've just done, your areas of time are now synced. So if you wanna have a live chat, as it were, um, so do keep in mind that anything more than a couple minutes of chat, and I will have the samurai make their. But you do have a couple minutes time to change it.
Where was the ship?
What was that?
Where was the ship they moved it to?
Yeah, the item is in theory on the ship.
This ship? The one docked outside?
Yes. At least that's where the guard had the vision of Taurus loading it on there.
It's a duplicate ship, or a decoy ship, or they just because both entrances have just wooden walls in front of them. I'll be seeing if it's hollow on the inside, but you
That
might
is the
want to.
ship out there is the one I saw them loading it onto, right?
The guy's memory is Taurus carrying it onto the ship that's outside.
Yeah.
He didn't have line of sight on Taurus the entire time, but enough to know, okay, he went on board the ship with the thing.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's all the information I have. So he, in theory, carried it onto the ship somewhere.
And with that, I will guess use my last bit of action to just start punching through, making my own way through the wooden wall to see, okay, was this just a decoy? What is going on here?
Crunch, crunch, crunch through. Okay. Well, since being see.
Yeah. What happened to Scorpio? Is he okay?
At the moment, he's still in the taco hut.
They're firing on the Taco Hut. There it is. Get to the roof, Taco Hut.
Oh, well, that rolled the exact opposite of what it did before.
Oh, 6.
Okay. Because Spidey sense. Um, there was a thud noise against the east wall of the taco building, causing us to go over look. Um, um, Scorpio then suddenly turned slightly and has a the scorpion tail wrapped around the leg of a uh and a shadow, kind of holding the guy upside down by the leg, um, attempting to filter something. Um, Still, the spider. You will hear that there is a through the walkies out. That's Star Wars room. Samurai is about to reach the wall behind spider and
Okay. I'm going to attempt to time this, coincide with him reaching, try and cover the on the signal ignores that that I'm getting ready to go.
Should I be with you?
Watch my back in case I screw this up. You got some mercs out there that are going to need first aid. Do you know first aid?
I generally have doctors for that.
Okay. In which case, watch my back. If I don't drop somebody, try and take them down. Again, we're trying not to hurt, do anything permanent damage.
Okay. Oop. And I take it you're breaching the wall.
I diving out the window, wall, whatever.
Okay.
And he's leaping out. The intention is jump on, bite, flip over to the next guy, jump on, bite, jump, and then flip over to the last guy and jump on, bite.
There are 3.
Yeah, I've accounted for 3.
Okay. Okay. Well, their defenses are um, so you just looks like you just got them.
Eight. Eight, 2 strike. Downside, the last guy probably will make his paralysis roll. Upside, he's probably going to be too stupid to be a threat anyway. I don't think this one. And he is paralyzed. Second guy, not beat him by enough to get HP, but he is paralyzed. Third guy, rolled a 10, I rolled an 8. So. And no paralysis with. That one guy rolled will twice, but okay.
I 22's the you can ignore the
Okay. Only the third guy is paralyzed.
only the third.
No, wait, I'm sorry, I had that wrong. First guy not paralyzed. No, first guy is paralyzed. Second guy's paralyzed. Third guy's the only one not paralyzed. I had that flipped. Okay. Willpower. There. No will off him. No will off. By 8, so -2. Yeah. -2D from presence. So two paralyzed and 1 dirt.
Is HP drained from these guys?
The first guy lost some HP. Lost by drain points per ring, so he was 18 hit. Not go lower than 1.
Okay.
Nobody else loses hit points though.
Case max is 12.
Yeah, he can't go lower than 1. It has
Well,
it has the non-lethal on it.
I'm presuming you're draining them though. That's
Yeah.
what I'm telling you.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
first guy lost 18 HP and is paralyzed.
Yeah.
Second guy is paralyzed. Third guy lost 2D of presence, but did not lose HP or paralysis.
Does the second guy lose HP at all?
No.
Okay. Just the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
First guy's technically failed the drain roll, but I didn't beat him by enough to actually get anything.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
But then theory neutralizes all 3.
Well, this guy, from what you said, isn't paralyzed and he didn't receive any.
Oh, that's the guy. The third guy is the one who took 2D presence damage.
Oh, that would put him at presence.
So,
Okay.
well, minimum 1 because again non-lethal. But yeah.
Yeah.
So he is mentally paralyzed.
I will just put the something on it.
He is in a highly suggestive no initiative. I have no self-initiative state. So that in theory neutralizes all 3.
Analysis.
Okay. Case, I will start doing a mad dash. Stabilize the 5 guys.
Of the map for that.
I wasn't sure if I was in combat time or not.
Well, Okay, that's fair.
If I am, I will account for that, but I wasn't sure what the situation
No,
was.
no, you're not really on that time. Give me an idea of how much time you're, so I can appropriate amount of time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My die pool here. Because I was looking at the healing rule, they don't really have a time taken thing there.
Oh, you use it for a kit?
First aid kit and webbing, yeah.
Presumably that's an action unless you're dealing.
Well, and I'm just trying to stabilize. I'm using my emergency response specialization. So I don't know how long that would take normally for a guy here. I mean,
It'll be difficult, but you can do it. You can do. It. Not gonna take half an hour or anything. It will take it. It will take a handful of minutes doing multiple people.
I will attempt to shave it down a little bit, just because I know there is fighting going on in the other room. I know in D6 it was what, half time, half again.
Well, if you're having the time, you are gonna.
I don't know what my shaving increments
are. For if I remember correctly, technically it's uh, let me see if I will say this.
are.
It is going to be difficult to begin with. I'm not sure how much dice you just have. Oh, okay, yeah, it is over here. It's +5 difficulty for 25% less time, +10 for 50% less time, +20 for 75% less time.
I will take the +5 then, just to reduce it by a little bit. And given the situation that I know that they are in a critical state and they could potentially bleed out and stuff while I'm working on them, and the fact that I have to work on them alone, I'm going to throw a fate point.
Okay.
Theory would apply to the full. Under the circumstances, I think that would apply to all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I could have taken more time, or shaved more time off. I didn't, but I could have.
I will bounce over this before and after Alias, I will go on to
Yeah.
the Enryan.
Meanwhile, in Schrodinger's boat,
You can move through in here into the command tower a bit since you're crunching through. Um, it's all wood. It's all wood.
Anti-magneto boat.
Also, can you give me a perception roll, please?
he's site-based.
Hearing base, as I believe you don't have 300.
Oh, I don't know.
Lower than
They
before.
can't go lower than 1, so.
Oh wow, okay. Oh. Okay. You will feel something touch your back, and with combat reflexes, you can feel free to make a defense roll before anything serious happens.
No, I let it happen. If I'm
Um, yeah, whoever this individual is, they were apparently stealthy enough to not be noticed by you until the contact of the weapon occurs. Hmm. Okay. Um, unless there's any ones I'm missing. Okay. Uh, Feeling the how are you wanting to defend against this? Because it's gonna be a like Asuna level of thrust.
the
Because
back.
you just need that to hit roll.
Yeah, I see that. I will have it that he bare, barely stops the first one by barely deflecting it with his arm, and then start just moving the blade out of the way, but again, barely.
You're able to then barely keep up with these 5 rapid strikes. You see this individual.
I don't think we've seen her before.
Pretty sure she's new.
Audibly mutter, "You're new."
So are you. It looks like you want to be a bit of a techno lumberjack. Well, with chopping the wood is tend to go into you tend to be able to go inside the tree a bit like you are now. I have to say, I wasn't expecting you to be quite so fast.
Quietly and into comms. He will mouth have wolf mouth calling to Wolf Spider. Another new guard seems to be demon fish woman. But wealthy enough that she almost snuck up on me, so and not audibly go back to her. So I take it this tree is empty.
Did you think the tree is what?
The tree is empty.
Well, things made of wood are just meant to look nice.
Can't find the last one.
Now, and since you're looking at her, she is holding a pair of daggers, and she has a pair of holsters that are holding pistols. Daggers themselves look like they're of incredibly high quality. The edge being a very, very, very fine edge with a rather focus and definitely made out of something better than steel.
Blades for a moment. Or Calcum?
Um, no. Are you assuming I'm from Atlantis?
The it wasn't Samurai who were no that was the again Sadika's people, the the Kaicho, right? That's
Kaicho.
what we call them?
The Kaisho? Are you talking about Sadaka's people, the Kaisho?
Yeah, the Kaicho. They were the ones that were dealing with the Orichalcum stuff, right?
They were involved, yeah. Oh, yeah. The other ship, the Del Robia, yes. The answer is yes. The Kaisho is what was involved with the Orihaucum Titanium.
He actually visibly shrugs his head. Oh no, it's just a one of the groups here was working in Orichalcum, and I know those are definitely not steel. And given the track record of Roulette Bay, of course, Roulette Bay and the world at large, of course, the Atlantis would be real. But given your tone, I would say that you don't.
Wait, have you seen Atlantis?
Not yet. But as said, I would, given what I do know of the world and Roulette Bay at large, I would not be surprised. He does kind of ease up his stance a little. It's like, so are you on guard detail with Taurus and Scorpion?
Oh, I'm supposed to stop people from doing, well, not quite exactly what you're doing. I didn't expect a human axe, but yeah, I'm supposed to make sure that you're not on board the ship.
Fair enough. But you do know the samurai are running roughshod over the dock, yes?
No, I did not notice that.
Well, just so it is noted, they are. And I am against their interest.
Well, as you're where you are, it sounds like you're unfortunately against mine. Unless you want to hop off this boat and leave town.
Kind of moves his head a little bit like, it depends, because we're trying to find information about a reactor, I believe. Trying to get to the bottom of a mystery, more or less.
I see. Well, I think you should take your I think you should take your investigation elsewhere.
Crystal power.
If you said something
Should we
like,
call this thing?
What was that, David?
if you said something I couldn't hear you.
Oh, no, I didn't know anything.
Yeah, it's like she said you take your take your investigation of the actors somewhere else. I hear they can burn you.
Especially when they're made of dragon fire.
Huh?
I said when they're especially made when they're made of dragon fire. Or made with, made in, or the capability of dragon fire. I don't know. I said that's part of the mystery. It's
It sounds like you know too much. She her offhand, rather her left hand, um raises the dagger to point at you a bit more offensively than the more defensive stance she had.
understandable reaction.
Don't,
You're doing you're doing your
don't
job.
make me have you go for a swim. Look pretty heavy
It's
wearing
going.
all that stuff.
But let's see. I don't know whether we need to be amicable or not, because on one hand, we know Scorpio is kind of antagonistic, but he's a mercenary. You know what? A bargain, if I may. You're on the job, and you may not have the last call on this, but I said I don't want the samurai to get their hands on this. So, if I help with that and talk after that.
You said you were against the samurai. I caught that, and you're wanting to broker something.
Yeah, I was like, he will actually start moving towards her, like kind of clearly with body language of trying to move past. Like, how about a bar? How about a deal bargain? I don't want the samurai to get their hands on this in any way, shape, or form. I help with them or deal with them myself, and then we bargain about whether information or whatever. I know you don't have say in probably getting paid someone else, along with Taurus and Scorpion. So take that for what it will. But either way, he will attempt to move past her to actually get off the ship.
And
Because he's like,
at,
either way, they need to be taken care of.
at first, she moves to prevent you, and then
Yeah, why
kind of
are it kind
aborts that motion and backs up a bit to let you leave, as if she momentarily forgot. Oh yeah, I said if you leave. So she's keeping track of you though. Um, she will um um tail behind her will go to like something on her um um and she'll say, is anyone aware of the right here? Got a bit of a deal going on over here. So sounds like they're wanting access to things. Yeah, I'm trying to recall.
Wolf Spider.
Alias has super hearing, yeah?
No, actually.
Oh, okay.
I was going to actually get super senses or turn it on via mask to make sure the Senrai weren't doing anything, but then she appeared. But yeah, I will be also contacting Wolf Spider's name. So I've made at least a parlay with one of the guards here. I quote unquote am gonna help with the Senrai, and hypothetically we can make a deal to at least get a peek at the furnace. Thoughts?
I suppose. Okay, what am I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, I didn't say anything about you not needing to be there.
Okay,
Plausible deniability.
fair enough.
But if cordial, all I'm saying is if the cordial community wolf spider just happens to fly by, I'm sure that will help the case. Maybe.
Yeah.
Cordial community wolf spider and a new hero trying to learn the ropes and find themselves. And that would be my turn. But oh wait, actually, my turn will be to start making my way downtown. Welcome, fire stations, passing around, man. Do 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 do. Meters and that's just a leap over here.
As you're
Yeah.
leaping over there, you will hear, and Wolf Spider will vibratorily sense um, sound um, of sounds kind of like some form of turbine or ramjet.
Oh,
As this person is a See the front two things. Those will ignite with thrust as he approaches the ground to slow his descent.
The bull has rocket packs.
Well, how's rocket packs?
His rocket
That bull
packs.
can in fact fly. And I'll also just use an action to take out my bow and arrow and be ready for combat.
Jump backflip over the side to which by the way is why your spider sense couldn't detect her.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as she said, "Don't take a swim," I'm like, I'm sure, miss, but I think he might be able to hold his own a little bit.
Okay.
Or not. Oof. Alias. God damn.
Okay. It's near enough. Okay. Alias, you will hear the sound of the behind a mask voice of Scorpio say, I'm afraid that's the property of Warzone and not yours to take. There'll be a sound of pain from Shadow. Now, given that someone like you is here, this place has just become less secure. Horace, I think it's time we head out. There'll be the sound of a wall breaking as the general. Biglos um busts through the wall. You really should show more respect. People that can do things through
We can try.
skill and uh, not your rather green set of armor. Uh, really? Ah, great. Since you have spider sense, Samurai has busted through the wall with um um a series of slashes to basically make the wall not really mean much as he goes through goes through. Samurai comes in from behind Scorpio, um um grabbing one of Scorpio's arms and planting a foot behind Scorpio's knee to try to keep him in a grapple, and comes in with his blade for a strike. Come on. Da, 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 da. Oh, yeah, no, do thing. Thing. They don't do
Do
thing.
me, do the thing.
Why is that not? Oh, there we go. That's why it found me. Okay. Okay. Better you can sense that that rather like ornate kind of dragon hilted blade. Samurai you um easily cuts easily has cut through some of Scorpio um edge of the blade, um having a white red um continuation. Okay. Okay. The wood boat is beginning to um hurt. Wait, hold on. Okay, you can hear stuff in your tighter sense area.
I mean, I feel the vibrations. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then you would hear Taurus in response to Scorpio's thing. I think it's time to depart. They'll say agreed. I, t- I trust you to handle that samurai.
Um, they're leaving with the thing we came for.
Um, um, the spider and ignores.
Right?
Now you were making scrolling up to see if I missed them.
Yeah, that was the 51 to stabilize.
Okay. Okay, 51 is enough.
Oh, wait, who's running away with a thing we need?
Huh?
Mercenaries
Oh.
with the boat. The boat is leaving. They decided it was time to cut their losses and run. So they are driving off with the boat that has the thing we need on it.
You met the samurai. I was like, what?
No, no, not the samurai, the mercenaries. So the fish lady is taking the boat and leaving.
Right now, it's quite an Ignaris in terms of actions.
Yes.
Ignaris is kind of looking at. I'm glad you helped them out, but I really want to try to catch up with that ship.
Yeah, we can't let that boat leave. Alias, I think you might have gotten too clever for your own good. They're pulling away with the thing we came for.
Try to be negotiable. Try to be amicable.
Difficulty.
You'll hear Taurus say, What's with all the new people today?" "Listen, you should get off this ship. Departing for a reason." Ignaris will respond with, and you're carrying something that can answer some secrets for me. Of course, now more pacing and um, kind of look over.
I don't have enough.
Whatever secrets it holds or it doesn't. That isn't exactly my business. I'm afraid that completing the zodiac trumps whatever your interest is. She'll say under her breath in Spanish. Yeah, right. Okay. Um, will um emit some uh, generate some fire in her hand. While she's not out of control, she is giving in to being a little bit feisty. Wolf Spider, what do you like? Since I'm not sure, I know it's been a little bit. I do want to point out that Samurai Shadow, that's what Scorpio was apparently going after. What Scorpio had identified as Warzone's manifest.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm heading that way. Don't know who Warzone is, but sounds important. Yeah, sure.
You
Decidedly uncordial.
uncordial.
I'm a little offended. You guys opened a zoo and didn't even invite me. Hot fish ladies, crazy flying, rocket nipple, bull guys. Also, I'm disappointed in you, samurai. Only pirates and Vikings are allowed to have sword fights on the docks or on a beach.
I guess then I'm playing against type of spider. But why don't you make your arachnarium somewhere else?
Look, I am a
Take
spider. All
Okay,
you
go.
guys came into my web. This is my web. I got to assert apex predator status up in my web.
Scorpio say, but I'm the scorpion wolf spider.
Move to the head.
Hey, who are you targeting with the mockery?
This is 8 times. I can target everybody in the room. It's ominous demeanor. I can target up to presence targets as one action. My presence is currently 8D.
Okay.
Hence why I tried to spread the wealth a little bit.
Yeah. Oh. Fuck well.
I win.
Wow. Them mercs though. Okay, I have their will rules against that 28. Fighter Fu. Who are you booting to the head?
I am booting to the head, the shadow, and since Scorpio decided to give me some sass, I guess I'm booting to that Scorpio.
Okay. Now Scorpio is grappled. I don't know if that affects your.
Yeah, I'll give it to Samurai then.
Samurai,
I'm still good.
you're about to boot Scorpio, but then
I see the shadows grappled, but the shadows are sneaky bastards, so I got to boot them when I can.
Okay.
I'm gonna claim I didn't see it because I booted him on my way through the window. That's my excuse.
Okay. Oh wow! It just had to roll. Oh no! I, I was seeing if a Scorpio would still hold on to him with the left back. Let's see. Okay. Um. definitely guy.
Not enough for KO then.
Not enough for a KO because his attack is too.
Gets good clearance though. Knockback.
Well, that's what I rolled.
Knockback.
I Scorpio rolled a 35 lifting.
Was there, he clearly didn't go far, but would there be enough knockback to get him to hit the wall maybe and possibly take some wall damage?
I can see that. It's
Because the tail would still have some movement.
no greater than distance.
If the victim hits something solid before finishing the movement, so he and the object take the damage equals the toughness of the object struck, but can never exceed the distance traveled. Yeah.
Okay. How much of the object struck? Okay.
It cannot exceed distance traveled.
Okay, which is the distance.
You could have rolled crap, or the die could streak.
Takes 1 point of damage.
Ah! Pass out.
Yeah.
Knock them in the kneecap.
Go. However, he's grabbing the. Oh, this might be funny. +2 per 5.
1 meter for every, or meters for every 5 points of success.
In which case,
Plus, 2 meters for every 5 points of success.
Are you going south?
Yeah, let's yeet him into the water.
A bitch. Why do I set these things up? A family.
To be fair, you set it up before you switch to jump gate. That could be the.
No. There's coding issue. There's coding issues here that I can fix by just doing. It is what? Oh, because I fucked up.
Opera didn't work on
them. There we go.
That's that potentially affects their rolls.
Well, I rolled their will. Since I know there's a chart involved, I thought you were
I
checking.
can't see what you rolled.
Yeah,
It just says presence.
No, Scorpio 11,
that was
Samurai
22.
Okay. Yeah.
I beat by 6. Okay, so Scorpio is at a 5 difficulty modifier to any attack or action that targets me. 2 rounds.
This loads real quick. Okay, so it was -5.
Scorpio is at a +5 difficulty to any action to attack or target me for 2 rounds, and loses actions presence attribute, so that would be 8. Loses 8 actions.
Okay, next.
Samurai. So 6 is scared. He is at a 3 difficulty modifier to attack or target me.
Okay.
Scorpio, really. Rattle. I don't know if that 8 penalty would affect his. No, it wouldn't affect his strength roll. Not an action.
As this daisy chain of grapples.
Whee!
And that extra +2 you got from hitting him is why he doesn't land in the water and lands on the little pier.
Perfect landing.
And I'm just gonna have them be prone.
Okay, just at a cursory, I don't roll anything, glance around the room. Is there anything that looks obvious like a manifest?
Um, hmm. Um, yeah, on the desk where you see a little paper map there, there is a tablet, um, as in the digital
Yeah.
kind, not the ancient. Um, that looks rather robust, like you can take a hit. Um, and on the on the screen, um, on the screen, it says manifested.
Oh, that's convenient. Okay, I have to, grab that, just stick it to my back under my cape.
Okay.
Okay, I got the manifest. Um, not sure what to do about our dueling besties down there.
Or
With that, Alias, what would you like to do?
I think I need to invest into super senses at some point so I can actually hear when people are being backstabbing motherfucker.
I mean, your Omni Mask should be able to do that, unless you didn't take physical powers
The
as an
game,
option.
no.
Oh no, that's one of them. It's all physical powers. It's just that.
So yeah, you could do it through your mask if you want.
But yeah, anyways, so it's like mother. So I will leap back over here onto the ship as no, I'm not leaving Inarius over here by herself against these guys. Like,
Does anyone know who this guy is? You'll hear Taurus say. Scorpio just kind of groaned because he was yeeted by proxy. Well, don't know what the fish is saying. Uh, Listen, if you stay up here, things are about to get real awkward. And no, it's not because I have to hit people. I I actually like it when people can take a punch. I'm a bit of a bull that way.
I will also tell Ignars, you might want to watch the edge. They have someone who in the water.
Okay, he did not have a defense earlier. Like you're what? You're shooting a okay. So bow damage versus lightning damage. Okay.
I figured that's the best way to do it because it's like, because technically that would be kind of silly. Of like, yeah, because then that would be 9, 11d of lightning damage, and I feel that's a little silly.
Yeah. Oh, there's like energy that surges over his armor. Hmm. Oh, you are a prepared person, aren't you? I hope that doesn't mean that you've underestimated my tenacity.
Yes, that will be my turn. Oh shit! Damn it! Jared, kick me out.
Uh,
Hey, David, question.
what's up?
For the electric damage, do you want that to have? I know separating it is probably a good call. Do you want that to have a power die as well, or just 2D?
It's a separate damage type. So yeah, roll a power die with it.
That in mind for next time, because technically they both roll 6. But yeah, let's get right into battle.
Yeah.
Want to be nice, want to make a deal, but no. Was respecting that they were doing a job, but they're like, nah, this is too difficult. Just add? Oh, I could just add my own turn. Huh.
Yay. Yeah, I think overeating is a little better.
I rolled for last. I do. There was no initiative. Yep.
Wow, Wolf Rider, you have to get top billing, don't you? Damn.
I don't have to. I just end up that way.
He is the headliner.
The fish rolled a 32, which is why I'm like, well, I think she'll get the move first. No.
All right. Well, I guess to minimize people getting hurt, probably should deal with the guys with guns.
Going to
Always
kill.
wanted you to sit this one out.
Because you totally beat their willpower earlier. Let's see. Objects here. Are you including the head bonus to your damage?
Yeah.
Okay. I just thought it would be higher than the
I rolled for shit on the damage.
Okay. They get knocked away into the walls. Unfortunately, they are not knocked out, but they are discombobulated by your Mark III from like to the point where they can't do actually.
That's something.
Yeah, you're always. Scorpio, I'm afraid I no longer have the time to deal with you. What are you talking? I mean, like I'm beneath you, Scorpio. You are beneath me. Cyber legs. Here, Scorpio. Damn it! Ah, there's so mean in here. What is on this ship is mine by right of blood and ancestry. You have no right to take it. Person. What? Okay, when did this thing get to be so popular?
Welcome to Roulette Bay. Fortunately,
I
it got
knew.
double barrels. Unfortunately for you lot, there were two bullets in the roulette this time.
Yeah. Ah, how? What? Ah, Taurus is a bit surprised that this katana here is just like melting through his armor with each slash.
It just does that.
Ah. Okay, really, who are you?
That is me to say.
Uh, samurai with his lead and actually he himself. Um, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you haven't heard of me, even if you are new to Roulette Bay. I'm the samurai. I'm sorry. I'm the samurai. However, as far as why I'm here, I'm here as Yamamoto Takashi,
Oh, we have a name.
which means unfortunately you have my full ire at the moment.
That Takamaru what?
So the name. Scorpio will I only have so much time to deal with you. Die water. Um, Speaking a bit loud so we can. That boat is expensive. And I'm afraid you don't have a ticket.
Okay, well played. Well played. Good pun. Good pun. Good classic.
He might.
Harrison Ford didn't have a ticket.
Huh. Between the armor you guys gave her and her abs, takes 0 damage. As particle beams lance out of um Scorpio's um shoulder armatures, hitting Ignaris in the back shoulder, causing her to lurch forward some in her stance.
I don't want this forever.
Up at that. Runs and jumps. Uh, well, looks like we're all having a party here. Oh, it's good to see some of you again. Hi, lady. Ignaris will not ordain that with a response given. He just shot her in the back. I fixed it. Now that I have a good sight of what's going on here, I'm just going to come over here.
Again.
Okay. Scorpio will turn silently towards the building that will spider, and you'll see missile racks and the shoulder armatures shifts slightly as if aiming is refined. Alias.
Better.
So was that?
Do not have an
Oh,
explosive here.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had unmute myself.
Oh,
I was
no
like,
problem. I know you have stuff going on.
using fire on the missiles explode them? Like if it did enough damage, per se?
You're wanting to detonate the missiles in the rack?
Possibly. I have a, flame jet arrow, which is just a fire arrow.
Um,
I know. I would
4D penalty?
be okay with it that it's not able to do 40 penalty to hit it, or
For you to hit. 40 penalty for you to hit.
well, right now, kind of doing shit. Would it specifically be a fire arrow that I would need to use, David, or will any arrow do to explode the rack?
Fire or electricity would
Would
favor more.
okay. I'll use another electricity one then. Here's hoping. But you know what? You know what? I've got a fate point. I'ma burn it. That only counts to one of my rolls, yes? Or is it all of them
It
for
depends
this
on the
round?
situation, but yeah, usually only applies to one roll. Yeah.
Okay, the fate point's going to be used. Get an arrow to either severely malfunction that missile pod and or maybe shut down the armor itself, or just come up with the works.
Those. The action -8 is universal, yeah.
Hmm?
The actions -8 is universal.
Yeah.
I fire 2 arrows, one to him and one to Takashi, because he is, well, no, we're actually going to give them both something to think about. Or maybe other people to think about. Let's just
Yep. He hasn't said anything yet.
finally, yep.
So mapping.
Sorry, I was calculating things. And finally, Dojin. Good. So, small little leap. Oh, here. One in the missile, the lightning arrow in the missile rack. That is with a 4D penalty. And then the force blast arrow just between everybody.
He kind of roboted there.
And a force blast arrow just right in the middle of smack dab everyone. Just to give them something to think about.
Uh, Force arrow. Is that intending to be knockback?
No, it is not intended, but force just automatically does the double knockbacks. Like it did not have it did not have the effect go off automatically. Just it's also mostly to affect people in a radius.
What's the AoE of it? Last
2
radius?
meters. That's 2.
missiles, causing some damage. His armor is really sturdy, though. Once a good chunk of it is rocked off his feet a bit. Okay, the throw. Where does it? Okay. Did I miss anything else for?
Ruin that defense at the end, but that's it. But again, what if Sel told Ignaris to step away for the edge, or at least be very cautious of it?
Okay. They're blasted and walked out. Okay. Taurus will look around. Fine, all of you gotta go. Yeah, punches is running forward with a burst of from the turbines in his armor, causing him charge enough charge enough to create a bit of a wind wake. Oh, that even hits. Like, it damages. Okay. Um, Samurai is like knocked to the side, pushing against the railing. His Samurai's augmentations is apparently enough to save him from the force of sheer. Um, Fortunately, same thing with Ignaris, as Ignaris is hit by the Russian Taurus. Um, this turret, by the way, was just completely rushed through, kind of like the Juggernaut going through something. As that turret is just scattered to pieces with only a bit of its side still intact. Shells are rolling along the deck. Um, Ignaris unable to suppress a bit of a heap of surprise. Um, will will throw the fire she had in her hand at him. He amazingly enough has enough wherewithal to dodge out of the way as the plane goes goes flying past.
Shall.
Okay. This way. Going for a kick to this guy's armor. There is a trailing um bit of kind of heat distortion with the kick. Um Once it makes contact, there'll be a explosion of flame at point. Wow, your armor, dude. It will damage Taurus a little bit. The armor just taking um taking a good chunk of this hit. Um, when the contact is made, though, a thicker piece of a will burst out. Kind of like it looks like some kind of reactive armor response. Um, it the armor hits her, sending her. You guys are sending her flying back. Given the ship's thing, kind of leave you. Oh, both of the people have accelerated. You guys have accelerated away from the dock. Um, I know Bush Fighter's like at the thing, but I also know you.
Yeah.
So
I can in theory close the gap if I have to.
what I really appreciate it highlights what I have selected, so I know what I have selected. sake of. Okay. Dots for the initiative.
Time's already in.
It is going to be 9.
9. 1.
A 1 on the power die and then a 4. I think we're going to be ending here for tonight.
Given the time, after I get, I will have a thing there with scribe and then we went on. Okay. Hmm. While it is happening rather slow, ship, um, as it's going out to more water, is looks to be displacing a bit more water than it usually would, as water is rising on the side, either carrying a too heavy load or it is slow. Find out the answer to that and more next time.
Ooh.
Yeah, man. You got Samurai's name. There's a new name drop for a person called Warzone.
Mercenaries.
What was that?
Mercenaries.
Yeah.
We don't know if they're lean more towards villain mercenaries or normal mercenaries.
Well, according to an exchange that Taurus had with Ignaris, this completing this job would result in them either completing or getting an additional member of the Zodiac. So that's Taurus's stance. And of course, we know what Ignaris is potentially finding out a true powers.
Yep.
And then there's ancestral.
That's what I thought in that context it was. I thought completing the Zodiac was in reference to the Dragon Reactor.
Oh, no. Because you have Scorpio,
And
you have since it's displayed in the
Aquarius, yeah.
you have Pisces, and now you also have Taurus.
I thought that would have been Aquarius. It's back and forth because Pisces is fish. So
Pisces is what?
Pisces is a fish. And of
Fish.
course there, and then there's the whole thing of like, yeah, Aquarius is an air sign. What the fucking. But yeah, you're completely. I got fucking bamboozled. I thought I was gonna be cool and help him, but no, just had to be assholes, and now here we are. Work ethic.
I feel like there's been lots of name drops this session.
Oh, there's definitely been a lot of name drops.
Oh yeah, because and then there's also the other stuff like the person that the Kaicho were working with, the Lord. I have it in my notes, but I don't
the
have.
Iron Goblin.
No, who the Iron Goblin was going to sell the stuff to in return of scrolls or something like that. Like Lord or Sir.
Yeah.
Various people want this thing for their own reasons, for different reasons. So clearly, Kaisho has not gotten as far, or at least has not shown to have gotten as far as you guys have gotten here.
Okay. According to my notes, it was Kaicho leader Iron, who claims he's the leader. Iron Goblin documents in the computer that the weapons were going to be traded with a High Lord Lasteel in exchange for various historical texts and possibly occult items. We don't know who that is. I already wrote down notes of, wait, is Iron Goblin possibly a Lunar, or is High Lord Lasteel, or is the High Lord Lasteel an orb person? Because, high veterinarian, high. I don't know. Yeah, this was fun. Catch you all later. You all have a good night. Good night. Good game, all.